Happy Sunday, everybody. How are we doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, by the way, not 1 minute into the stream, I saw somebody already liking the stream. Who is that mystery person? Actually, you don't have to make yourself known. I just want to tell you, thank you. Never seen the third game. I've only played the first two. I got massively burnt out in the second game. Yeah, that's it's unfortunate because the second game is, you know, that game in the franchise, if you know what I mean. If there's any game you'll get burnt out on, it's the second one for sure. Hey people, how we doing today? Welcome everybody. Yo Stefano, welcome everybody. Writing a college report. I hope that goes well. You mean like an assignment of some sorts? Alaikum assalam, هلا براء, شخبارك? How was it the National you mean? National History Museum? How did that go? Yeah, it was out of... Yeah, the last case of the second game is really good, for sure. I think, in terms of last cases, I want to say it's the most unique, but the last case of the third game is also really good, so... I don't know. Natural history, okay. Documentary about the nuclear weapons program about Sweden. Oh. Yeah, best of luck with that, is all I can say. What's your favorite case, Leon? What, in all of the franchise? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Look, if you know anything about me, like, if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that when it comes to favorites, I can't pick. I'm an enjoyer of everything, for the most part. Yeah, Isaac, how you doing, buddy? Last case in this one is solid, but I think it got overhyped for me. Yeah, I see what you mean. I do think this game is really, really, really good, but I think it does take away the spotlight from some other games. I do think most of the value that comes from the last case of this game is, you know, all of the build-up we've had in the first two games. Which is something that other games don't usually have the luxury of, you know, having. So, yeah. I don't know about the Apollo games, though, because I heard those, like, the third Apollo game, or the sixth game, kinda tries to tie a lot of things together, so I guess we'll see. Hello, Muhammad Marwan, شخبارك? For Yakuza fans, we make tier lists, not numbered lists. Yeah, tell them. Hey. The Apollo games are pretty good from what I heard. Yeah, same. I think I had a person last time on this stream who told me the sixth game is their favorite game in the franchise, which is interesting because from what I know about the sixth game, like, people do enjoy it, but it's not like something anyone would call a favorite, so I'm looking forward to that. The other thing that I know about the sixth game is that it has the sexy clown thing, so that's something to look forward to, I guess. بالغلط بارح شفت لك فيديو وانت مصلع. والله أفكر أصلع مرة ثانية، بس الشعر ذي خلال سنين. Dual Destinies is a little shafted because it was mostly a test on how a 3D Ace Attorney game would go. Yeah, honestly, I really like Dual Destinies. It's one of my favorite games in the franchise. There's a lot that I love about it. Have you beaten RE Revelations on Infernal difficulty? Maybe? I think I did, yeah. A while ago, though. I don't remember much now. It's been forever. Now the question is, do I open the walkthrough again? I guess I should. I'm very partial to Punished Apollo. It comes out of nowhere. Yeah, okay, that, yeah, I can sort of agree with you. But aside from that, I mean, you know, every single game has at least that one thing that is like, okay, whatever. My friend likes 6 the best. I see. Okay, we're gonna meet Godo, new prosecutor. The guy whose theme we were just listening to. Now let's boot up that bad boy. Maybe 6 is a case where the community either loves it or hates it. I think that's it, yeah. If there's one game in the franchise that is that, it's the 6th game. Okay, banger alert. Any second now. Why is this such a good track? By the way, this theme didn't exist before, right? Like before the collection came out, they made it for the trilogy, didn't they? It's such a good track. Yeah, Stefano. Oh boy, just wait for him. Okay. Welcome back, people. Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. We'll continue where we left, where we left off yesterday. We should be at the trial part now. We'll meet the new prosecutor, and yeah, we'll see how things go. Hey, Nick. What is it? Is something wrong? I see. So it is the trilogy theme. Cool, cool. Did you see all the people here? It's crazy. Oh, so check out the mask glossy I bought. You bought this? Where? From the little tents in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things for sale. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Okay. Come on, I'm guilty. Throw the book at me. Who's screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it. Yeah, I did, but it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you. Because I did it, I'm the criminal. Me! He's at it again. I sent the calling card to Lowly Taylor, I admit it. But you don't have the sacred urn, right? Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean I didn't commit the crime. Normally, when I say, of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic. But you... Yikes. A sale in front of the courthouse, yeah. Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. So make sure they give me a guilty verdict. Please? Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Joker at home. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this. Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. Hey, we're the attorney here, okay? The thief is, me. No. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie's innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. So why are you smiling when you say it? Well, if you'll excuse me, I got some errands I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. Are there vending machines in the courthouse? Yes, there are. I think you see a couple in the Edgeworth games. To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is the mask or not. But there's only one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom. For the time being, I guess I'll have to trust Desiree. Desiree, right? That's how you say it? Desiree? Desiree? Desiree. Yeah, Desiree. I think it's Desiree. Desiree. Here we are. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to... What a stupid question. What did you say? Fine, let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment? No, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides. Well, if you're not ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. We got a philosophical over here. Philosopher. That's a rule to live by. Who are you? I'm Godo. There's the theme. Legendary prosecutor. Never lost the case. Ah, he's the one that Detective ATMEY was talking about. Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far? Huh, none! Look at this guy. What did you say? I've never prosecuted a case before. Never? But you said you've never lost before. Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either. Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you? Even the mightiest of redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings. Yes, but a mask in a court of law? Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks, either on our faces or over our hearts. You know, I forgot how edgy this guy was, but man. This guy's the real deal, alright, Nick. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Wright. Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. Just who is this man? I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. Well then, Prosecutor Gobo. It's not Gobo, it's... Hey, to be fair, he mispronounced my name, so it's fair game. In any case, please give your opening statement. Opening statement? Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite. Yeah, this guy was like the most popular character in the whole franchise. Or probably still is, honestly. What is it? Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only strong as its weakest link? I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break in two. Well then, let's hear from the first witness. Yo, Minis. How are you? My name is... No one asked for your name with this. God, dude, why did it... Why is it always him that gets bullied? The important thing is what you know, that's all. Start talking. We're listening. Yes, sir. Alright, witness. First, let's hear about what you know about the thief that stole the urn. Yes, sir. Poor guy. Mask the Mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his 5th heist, and as usual, he sent the card onto Lordly Taylor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Mask the Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T. So then the actual identity of this Mask the Mask is... Mr. Godo! What are you? Coffee time! We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godo. Blacker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed. Very well, it's only coffee after all. The fact that the judge has a problem with coffee, but not getting whipped like a million times in a trial, really says a lot, don't you think? What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial? It's just coffee, Phoenix. Come on. Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Well, Nick, what are you going to do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Mask the Mask who stole the urn. Gumshoe is so Chad, he lets himself get bullied so no one does. Yeah. The Ocean. Do you watch Forsen? No, but isn't he an emote? I think I heard the name. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. But here's the thing. The thing that he stole was anything but precious. It has no monetary value. They said that last stream. Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe? Just hearing the little in that question is making me nervous. You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right? That's right, pal. But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art. What do you mean? Nick, how can you say such a terrible thing? No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price. Nice save, actually. Well, Prosecutor Godo, what is the value of that urn? The appraisers I spoke to say they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense. So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Mask the Mask would normally go after. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the theft of the sacred urn was not the work of Mask the Mask. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. First of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godo? Uh-oh. This coffee here, it's my own special blend. I call it Godo number 107. However you prefer to say it. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now, Mr. Trite. What? If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess. Sorry, but I don't get what you mean. If you're saying it wasn't Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating Mask's methods. A fake. A fake the Mask? Hey chat, there are other types of jam. Yeah, so you have cat jam, you have rat jam, you have jiggling. There's Pug Please, I think it's called. If you have better TTV, you should be able to see all of them, I think, when you click on the emote list. Oh yeah, Hyper Cat Jam. How could I forget about it? That's like my favorite one. Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. Sad Cat... How did I forget about Sad... Oh, dude. I can't believe this. Sad Cat Jam and Hyper Cat Jam. I didn't mention them. They're, like... I love these. I do. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godo's behavior, his point is valid. How many prosecutors do we have where the judge approved of their behavior? Just Edgeworth? I think it's just Edgeworth. Like, damn. Not even Von Karma, you know, the dad. He was kind of being, you know, an asshole. Looks like I'm gonna have to prove it. I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact fake the mask. Let's see. I think the brooch is missing. The proof is right here. This looks like a photo taken by a security camera. The judge didn't stop the whipping. The judge didn't stop a lot of things, yeah. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Huh. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what about this picture is so peculiar. Right here, officer. It's right here, of course. You mean Mask the Mask? I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to take a look at. Isn't that the publicity photo I bought this morning? I don't know, King. The problem I have with the security camera photos is the brooch on the mask's chest. A breach? Here? Bailiff! Get my steed! We need to retreat at once. A brooch, Your Honor. It's a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on. A clasp, eh? Ah, I see now. But the mask in the security camera photo... Oh, he has no brooch! No way, bro. That brooch is the same as the emblem on the mask's calling card and serves as a symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this mask is a fake. I've been fooled again. Order. It is true, undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this? I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I... Do I smell a pay cut? Hey now. If you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Goto, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch? Huh, the brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this? Man, chat really... I see chat are enjoying themselves with the music. That's good to see. I love the sniffer coffee combo. Perfect. Whenever I hear the sad music in the Yakuza, I think of you, Leon. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored. Where did you find it? Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue. Buddha statue? You must mean the Ami face statue. Why didn't you tell me about that, sir? I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. Wouldn't that be illegal? I'm pretty sure it is illegal. Like, the prosecution in these games is no better than the defense, really. This guy is one cool customer. Yeah, it's I am, not Ami. It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there too. Hickeys? Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Rhonda Light's fingerprints. What? What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch? Uh-oh. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Goto, let's see that brooch. I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her. It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth left on the back. Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene. Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem. Who the fuck passes the cup to him? His hand is a gravity gun. That's one of the greatest Ace Attorney mysteries. Welcome to that topic. Nobody knows. It just arrives. It just does. Man, if there's one superpower that I wish I had, it's that. He's playing me like a violin. Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness. Huh? You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet. You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough. That doesn't sound good at all. Bro. Why does Gumshoe still work as a detective? Finally, time for the ace detective to make his appearance, huh? There he is. 1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What's clear? Svari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor. A coffee maniac at that. Am I correct? Well, yes, that's right. Ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. You are the first person that's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil. Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Luke ATMEY. Ace Detective and Rising Star illuminating the heavens. Yo, Mr. Lego, thank you for the 12 months, buddy. A year since Trails. Do you mean since I dropped the games, or do you mean since you started? Thank you, thank you. How often do you think Gumshoe cries in the shower? Maybe every day. If it's not because someone bullied him, it's because of his pay. Feels bad. Boy, these two make a perfect pair. They'd either be best friends or they would tear each other's heads off. Oh yeah, you did get into Trails because of my streams. Speaking of, are you gonna get Trails to Daybreak or into Daybreak day 1 or no? Yo, human. Man, every time someone brings up Trails, I just, like, something in the back of my head knocks on my head. Like, why the fuck did you stop streaming that game? But also, you know, I'm sure you know. Just, honestly, if this game right now at some point starts to underperform, I'm probably not gonna continue streaming the rest of the games. It's just one of those things. When you stream like one franchise and it's super fucking long, super, story focused, the viewer count is gonna dip. It's just how it is, unfortunately. Definitely day 1. I'm all caught up. Nice. I started playing Trails because it... Oh, really? Damn, okay, so I got at least 2 people to try Trails then. Sick. Sick! You see, that's a success to me. Even 2 people. Even 1 person, honestly. Hell yeah. You have heard correctly. So this guy was alone as security. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. Dude, what do they have against that guy? God damn. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is. Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason. I'm sure of it. Falcon, please sponsor. Please, yes. Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the day changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Mask the Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how believable do you find that story? Yeah, King. If there's one thing Gumshoe can rest assured knowing, it's that if these guys don't love him, we love him. The audience loves him. Gumshoe is our man. I want to resume Cold Steel, but I'm feeling lazy. Yeah, it's a long game. Like, even leaving aside the streaming aspect, trying to finish a long game is a task. So I didn't get a clear look at the criminal. My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural. I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening. Well, Sir Old-Timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the king of thieves, the great Mask the Mask, my arch enemy. That is what my instincts and my years of experience tell me. Yo, Crimson, how you doing, buddy? I never played it, but just came to see you play, Leon. Well, welcome, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. I would trust Gumshoe more as a judge than the judge himself. Hey, fair enough. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. Now, why is this statement sussy? I'll tell you. Because of the brooch. There should have been some kind of struggle. Mr. ATMEY, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours? Aha! This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Mask the Mask. It is, in point of fact, Mask the Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened. Huh. Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough. Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing. Ripped off? Uh-huh. We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. That's the only thing I can think of. And there's only one person that was in a position to have a struggle with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective ATMEY. Announce the truth, baby. Detective ATMEY, you must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court? Witness, giving false testimony is a serious crime. No. Wait just a moment, Sir Old-Timer. Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home. I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately. The true measure of a man is the amount of work he does. That's what I always say. Nick, you can only handle one case at a time, isn't that right? You talk too much. Witness, so are you saying that you and the thief fought? Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor. Excuse me? Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules. Indeed, I understand. Look at me, agree completely. Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. I think I said it right. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights only with his own fists, but they were not enough. His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote. You know, I do feel better when I think back to, like, people whose first languages are English, and still when they find words that big, they just kind of gloss over it, or they go, and they continue the rest. So in the end, he did catch a glimpse of Mask the Mask. Correct. It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak. Well, that is certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case. That's not good. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. Bro, who hired this judge? I swear to God. Okay, his first blow struck true. Can you tell us a little more about what happened? My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious. This guy thinks he's red-white, if you know what I mean. Powericious. I assume the ATMEY fighting... Oh, no. This is literally the kind of guy who would tell you, like, yeah, dude, I know karate, I got a black belt. He doesn't have any black belt, he just bullshits his way around. But a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me. What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? ATMEY fighting style. What is this ATMEY fighting style? I'm sorry, but that's a trade secret. I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way no one can get behind you. That's it? That's the ATMEY fighting style? Oh, goofy ass dude. Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony? Very important. We've learned a detective's secret technique after all, yeah, see? ATMEY learns to send emails and 2 days later he calls himself a hacker. Yeah, exactly. That is 100% something he would do. Now then, witness. Okay, now keep this in mind. He said he had his back to the wall. So, how the fuck would he have gotten, you know, attacked with this? Objection! Detective ATMEY, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. What fun is this? What fun this is, so lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet. I believe this is what you said yesterday. No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch-nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Luke reminds me of a guy who doesn't like me because I can speak English. Oh, whoa. Now, why would he do that? From behind, huh? But just now he testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think he could... Oh, wait. Right, I had a bit of a misunderstanding. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I made another mistake. Detective ATMEY, that's not the only strange part of your testimony. What do you mean by that? For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were gonna help with security. Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad. That's wrong. Objection! Oh, there's the objection of Godo. To err is human. To forgive is divine. Oh, there's no is. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate. And yes, they even make mistakes. Objection! Yeah, but how many mistakes is this? Hey, hold on, it's not as pretty as that. Really? What is it like, then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules. This is it. This might be my chance to turn things around. Mr. Wright, what exactly is it that you're asserting? Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that Mr. ATMEY is no ace detective. This Mr. ATMEY is a fake. Mr. ATMEY is Mask the Mask. Now, which one do you guys think it is? I'll give you 5 seconds and then I'll choose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The real answer is this. The answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Luke ATMEY's true identity is actually Mask the Mask. Whoa, what is that sprite? Order! Order in the court, Mr. Wright. What is the meaning of this? There are too many unnatural parts to Mr. ATMEY's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scenes, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure. That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a... No. Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective ATMEY. The truth is that you are, in fact, Mask the Mask. I think we hit a nerve. Just completed Turnabout to Big Top. I was surprised that this case gets so much hate. I really enjoyed it. What's your opinion on it? I think when I went through that case, I was talking about how there are some aspects of it that are better than I remember it to be, but also damn it. Hello? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I must have moved the cable. It's pretty sensitive, but as soon as I touch the cable behind the mic, it just disconnects, and I have to reconnect it. What was the last thing you guys heard? Okay, what was the last thing that I said? Just so I can continue from there. Was I still talking about the case? Big Top. Okay, well, I don't know where exactly it cut off, but I was saying, it's not like horrible, but if you compare the characters, like how do I say, the music, I guess, like I'm not a big fan of the music there. The characters, the music, the stories, it's okay. Like the whole love triangle thing is something that not everybody enjoys, I think. I mean, to each their own, but I do find it like, if you compare it to other cases, it's just kind of whatever. Yeah. So maybe hate is a harsh word, but even if you were to try to be fair to it, I feel like, if you compare it to other cases, it's on the bottom. Like, it's one of the weakest. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn, right? It's the small annoyances combined together that... Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. I think, depending on who you ask, people will have their gripes with that case. Some people are creeped out with the love triangle to begin with. Like, not just because it's a love triangle, but because of the age difference, right? You have a guy who's like, what, 24? Who was in love with a 16-year-old girl, and then there's like a 30-year-old guy, if not older. Forgot his age, the doll guy, the ventriloquist. The clown, I mean... Okay, now that we're talking about the clown, he's okay, but he gets old so quick, if I had to put it in a way. Funnily enough, I think my favorite character in that case, if I had to pick one, or like most liked, if I didn't have to say favorite, because favorite is a strong word as well. But I think the most interesting character to me in that case is Max, which, I mean, you might be like, whoa, that's kind of cringe, Leon, but I don't know. Again, it's not like you have a shining cast of characters They're just all kind of okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about Acro. Acro is interesting as a villain, but again, the whole premise of the story, the case, and like what happens, I just don't find it that interesting. Like it's kind of on the dumb side. Yeah, I can't believe the killer is the person that I thought of last. Like, Acro should be like one of the better characters in that case, but yeah, I completely forgot. But yeah, he's okay. I do like the idea of like a handicapped killer. Yeah. There are some interesting things about the case, but I don't want to turn this into like a Turnabout Big Top rant video or like discussion video or stream. So let's just continue. I think you get the idea now. So the ace detective here is actually an ace thief. Is this true, witness? Uh-oh. Is this it? The mask's MO is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I'm impressed, sir lawyer. What? Witness, you're admitting it? Nick, now's your chance. Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Yo, gamer guy. Detective ATMEY. When you assumed... Oh no. Okay, Judge, you know what? Take away his fucking coffee right now. Godo Blend 102, my personal favorite. Mr. Godo. The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true. But Mr. Godo, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth, but it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt, Mr. Trite. If this detective really is the thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face. Man, why is this guy still allowed in court? The same could be said about someone like Francisco, who just whips everyone. Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have. Quickly. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. What's the big rush? Are you alright, Nick? ATMEY looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can. But can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Look ATMEY is in fact Mask the Mask. What do we have here? Has yet to be found. Feels bad. Proof? Of course I got nothing. Huh. Just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get after all. Let's see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion. This is no good. Gotta stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is the thief. Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again. It's no good. I'm just not ready yet. But are you gonna just give up and let us lose like this? So you've come to your senses, have you, sir lawyer? Yeah. I can't think of a counterattack at all. Is it time for Mia? It seems the cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has lifted. Mr. Godo. What? Who? Oh, Desi. Who are you? That doesn't really matter right now, does it? Miss Delight, what are you doing here? Nicky boy. The thing you've been looking for? I think I found it. It's the bag. Yo, Carlos. No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well, that's the sacred urn. Nick, it's the urn. Order! Order! You, madame. That urn, where did you find it? You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants, Ace Detective. Look at me. Oh, Desi, you're the best. We got this case in the bag. If I could like a comment, I would like it, Stefano, but unfortunately we can't. We can like super chats, though. Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. ATMEY? Even you're gonna have a hard time weaseling out of this one.
Objection!
Oh boy. Pathetic. Mr. Goto, do you have something you wish to say? Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days... Oh, there he goes. Boomer moment. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad. You're still denying that Mr. ATMEY was involved? Before casting aspersions at Detective ATMEY, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree. Desiree Delight, is that correct? Yes, what about it? Ha! How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring. What are you insinuating? As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere. Including the office of the good detective here. That's a good point. So you found the urn. What does that prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it. What? I just brought it here from the detective's office. Please, madame. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to. You're wrong. I would never do such a thing. Miss Delight. Please, Nicky boy. You gotta help me talk some sense into these people. There must be some way. You gotta prove that urn was actually in the ATMEY Detective Agency. Fingerprints of Phoenix! I can prove where the urn was. By the fingerprints on it. Fingerprints, eh? Oh, come now. Now you're really making me laugh, sir lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. He's cooking. See, he's silent. May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I'm always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything. What about it, Mr. Wright? This witness's fingerprints would mean nothing anyway. Nick, what are you gonna do now? I've come too far to turn back now. ATMEY must have brought this urn back to the office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. Yeah, me. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. Something is uncanny about presenting yourself in court like this. Me, what more can I say? This is my 3rd year as a young but skilled lawyer.
Take that!
Why were the judge's eyes like that? Did you see that? Bro's EP. This is the only reason Phoenix has a profile in this case, even though he's the protag. Yeah. Wait, does he have a profile in the other cases, or no? Yeah, points to himself, like, yeah, Your Honor, I'm the proof. So what is this fuss about fingerprints, anyway? Mr. ATMEY, do you recall the events of yesterday? Hey, Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Well, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. If you know what I mean. Well, hello there! Uh-oh. It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at the time. But I did touch what was inside. What? You touched it? And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard. If you know what I mean. Well, that was just... Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective ATMEY's office.
Objection!
Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it? Of course it does. What did you say? It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it after that was yesterday at the ATMEY Detective Agency. This blend, Godo Blend 107. I've decided it's a little too bitter after all. We're doing it. Yo, Ichiban, thank you, buddy. Thank you. I try. Da, 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 da. People really need to stay away from this urn. Yep. Order! I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn and... Wait. Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that. No need, you say? Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn. What are you saying? Yes, I've finally broken him down. He's doing the kek insane. Hey, what is he doing with his other hand? Look closely. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. This guy is nuttier than a fruitcake. You see, it was me all along. I'm the one and only Mask the Mask. Huh. I hope you all enjoyed my little performance. Society moment, yeah. Well, Mr. Godo, what's Mr. ATMEY's condition? He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be. Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came I can read. I came. End of story, okay? Dude! What is this word? Okay, I know this word. I've seen it before. The last time I had to pronounce this, I don't know what it was, okay? Besmirching him with the title of thief. Nick, you were right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't a thief. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight. Uh-oh. You're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. I mean... Oh, boy. Oh, no, he's not. This can't be happening. The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing the treasures. It's me. I'm him. I'm the one you want. Bruh. I don't know what kind of a kangaroo court you all think this is, but hey, that's our line to you. Allowing whips and, like, throwing coffees.
Objection!
The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry up and pass, Judge. What are you talking about? I already confessed. I'm the thief, I tell you. Oh no. Godo is enjoying this right now. Mr. Godo, don't just stand there drinking coffee. Hey there, Mr. Thief. Yes, yes, sir. If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean. If you're Mask the Mask, then prove it. That's what it means. Yes, sir. I'll be happy to. He says he'll be happy to, Nick. It's kinda cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy. Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man. I know that. I won't fail. I swear. Okay, then. Talk. We're all listening. Oh, well. Let's all have a listen to this confession. Is there just some off to the side making coffee and how much? That's a good question. We maybe, yeah. The truth is, I've been masked all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually masked, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen after all. I donned my costume that night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime. Isn't that the same thing Look At Me said? Look, you can see right there in the photo. That's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all. I don't like the direction this trial has taken. But this is how every trial goes, at least with me anyway. Huh. You're doing great. Stop it, Mr. Godo. You're embarrassing me. Like I said, you're only going to get one chance to testify, alright? But if you make it through this with flying colors, I'll keep my promise, too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Mask the Mask. Thanks so much, Mr. Godo. I'll do my best. This idiot. Alright, Mr. Wright. I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination. Okay, so... I don't have an alibi. I don't know about that. So there's two things you can present. The card... and the wallet.
Objection!
Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct? Ah, yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere. Mr. Wright, when you find the wallet, you should report it to the police right away. No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence. Evidence? Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you lost your wallet? Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner. This wallet was found at approximately 1 AM at KB Security Headquarters. What? Surely you're not serious? Yes, I'm serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB Security that night. Got it. So the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning. Then that proves that he has a watertight alibi. Don't they usually say airtight? Furthermore... Wait. I think I misread something. Considering the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car. According to Larry, anyway. Nice, gamer guy. Keep it up, buddy. Well, Mr. Godo, do you have anything to say? Coffee. That's all I have to say. And stop drinking that coffee. Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong. You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godo. Alright, I'll try. Why would I have dropped my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there to make it look like I was there. Planted it there? He's really reaching now. You probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The key card to KB Security's CEO's office. I could use a coffee, yes. I actually had one before the stream. You've overlooked one small thing. What? Motive, of course. Why would this thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway? Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some more evidence after all. This stupid kid. How old is he actually? Hold on. 23. A bit of a pitiful guy. Let's see your evidence. Why was he at KB Security? Easy, the blackmail letter.
Take that!
Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct? That's... What is it? A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents. Blackmail? Yes, basically it says bring $50,000. That certainly sounds like blackmail, alright? At the time of the theft, Mr. Delight was dealing with the blackmailer himself in KB Security CEO office, a full half an hour away from the scene of the crime. Nice. Now that's a breakdown. Order! Order! So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense.
Objection!
You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me, Coffee. Well, let's just say that my Goto Blend 107 impresses me a lot more. What are you trying to say? You say that the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company. But, did you actually investigate the CEO at all? Huh? Well, no, I guess not. Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof, I'm not sure what I think of that. Not sure what I think of that, at least I know what I think of you. Good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright. Nick, I think we're gonna have to track down the CEO guy. No, we don't have to track the CEO at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? There is someone else who can testify. This is the person who can testify that the key card was used at 1 AM that night. A certain goofy-ass dude. Larry. What? Who is this useless-looking young man? You don't remember him, Your Honor? Not exactly. You know, for someone who came up like twice at least, if not 3 times, the judge not remembering him is pretty funny. But just looking at this picture makes the bile starts to rise in my throat. It looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago. He probably blocked out that memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night. Oh? The question at hand is this key card. Yep, that's the key card they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You need it to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record. Right. As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this key card's data. Well, Mr. Goto, the name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bullard. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data here. So what does it show? Each keycard has its own serial number and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 AM on the morning of the crime. But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed as the mask in this photo. It looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe. So then... Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security's CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be masked the mask. Good job, you did it, Nick! That's enough. I came perilously close to the record of an innocent young man. Him with the title of the thief. What's wrong, Your Honor? I'm ready to pass judgment. But before I do that, do you have any further objections? No, Your Honor. Huh. Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, not guilty! Court is now adjourned. October 13. Nick, you did it! You were right after all. Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Delight! I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't even know how I can repay you. Ah, thanks, Miss Delight. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Oh, Pearls. I got a bad feeling about this. Who is this woman? Oh, no. Oh, she's nobody. She's just, You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? Oh, no. You should be ashamed of yourself. Pearly. This woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick! Yes? You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client. No, 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 you got it all wrong. Oh no. I'll never forgive you. Ow. A double slap. Well, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? We got the sacred urn back and the thief has been caught. You're so right. And it's all thanks to Nicky Boy here. But actually it was you, Mr. Light, that brought us our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please, you're embarrassing me. If we won the case, then why does this guy still look so glum? But I am the thief. Actually, what's the point now? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie. I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is, come on, give the kid some time. Oh, there he is. Just got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Goto, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. Guys, look, it's the Ichiban smile. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Kane Bullard was discovered. Kane Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, body? The estimated time of death was 1 AM on October 12th. 1 AM on October 12th? You don't mean... That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. You figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or... have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Help me out? What? On October 12th, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Ron DeLight was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbrued with utter rage. What are you saying? Imbrued with rage? Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. See, there's always a catch. That was way too easy. Yo, Santa. Good, how are you? Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. An employee of KB Security? It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the news that gets him hanged. Hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi. No way. He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred. No, that is a lie. It can't be true. Uh-oh. I'm a thief, I tell you. Ron DeLight, you're going back to prison again. This time, the charge is much more serious. This time, you'll be tried for murder. What? I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trite. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward. Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two? I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least, let me have some fun while I'm here. This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. I don't know, man. When you have someone that updates the autopsy report in the same, like, court session, I think that's dangerous too. Yeah, Apollo. What's my favorite case so far? If you mean out of all the franchise, I can't pick. Yo, Pineapple Cat, how you doing? Yo, Jade, welcome. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Ichiban if Psycho said no. Nick, how could this be happening? Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who has established his presence at the scene was me. She's having a moment. Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. What the heck's gonna happen next? To be continued. original trilogy. I still can't think. Okay, I'll mention favorite cases at the very least. I love the Steel Samurai case. I love. I mean, honestly, a lot of them are probably going to be just the generally loved ones. But I do have like an extra love for the Samurai case more than other people do. The Samurai case, the Edgeworth case in the same game, and then of course the last case of the second game. I think it's one of the best cases in the whole franchise. And in this game, the last case is a given. But I also really like the Mia cases. I think they're interesting from like a narrative point of view. Plus, playable Mia, who doesn't like that? Okay, mods, I need you to get a ban on someone called Star in the chat. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. And while I, tend to some business, I'm gonna have to ask you not to look, okay? But in exchange, we're back. Wait, Star, I was kidding. Star, did you actually leave? Okay. Mods, ban all the chat right now. Do it. I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly, Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose. I don't buy it. Hey, my name isn't Jose. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself. At least from what I can understand. Mods, ban Leon. Looks like he did too good of a job this time, Nick. How about we get started looking into the KB security murder? Let's do that. She's gonna head back to the village, okay? I'm gonna bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mr. Kmaya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some quality time together, full of love and happiness. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy that she forgot that there's a murder to solve. Remember, no fighting, okay? Okay. She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Okay, let's see. You must be relieved you got the urn back, huh? You bet, but there's something a little different about it. Don't question mark me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. Take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. And it's also shattered to hell. But the urn we got back says Ami like it always used to. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Leon, will I get a ban if I say Yakuza 5 is an excellent game? Yes. Yes. Don't do it. Actually, mods ban him for asking that question. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned the Mystic Ami's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to the village. I suppose, now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Karain Village in a long time. I guess people still go to Karain Village to do their training, right? Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious. Speaking of mods, have you ever considered getting more for your chat? I did, but also I don't want, like... How do I say? Picking a mod can be as simple as this, or a process. And... like... I don't mind just banning the person myself, to be honest. Like, usually it's not a problem. Casually sending an 8-year-old girl to go to a village far away alone. Yeah. That murder in her village, it happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the Karain technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. Yeah, Japanifornia is the safest place you can be in. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. It sounds like being the master of Karain is going to be a heavy responsibility. Also, now that you ask that, something else about assigning mods. I've assigned mods that just eventually became inactive, so it's like... if that just keeps happening, I'll just mod myself. Oh, Nicky boy, Maya! Missed the light. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please! Please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll walk around and see what I can find out. We don't really get many ban-worthy people. The only one I remember is the guy who spoiled Judgment's Twistering. Wait, did we have a guy? I honestly can't remember that. And probably for the best. You don't want stuff like that to keep you up at night. Like, it's not worth it. The era of Nightbot banning people willy-nilly. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the 800 rupees guy. Not sure if I remember the Judgment guy, though. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never kill anyone. Yes, he just said that. I have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. He's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Missed the light. I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. Ha, the very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different, and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves? No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective ATMEY's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try to find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously, the real mask. The mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective ATMEY knew more about Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions. Right. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now. I forced my way past her into his hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. The porn bots went to Discord. I think I had some on the server. And I was, you know, after seeing people talk about it, I was like, man, I missed them on YouTube. They added some content. Like, it's free content. But also, you know, likewise, non-bot trolls are also content. But they probably wouldn't know it. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Mr. Light, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course. Of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. Yeah, now on Twitter, as soon as you post something, you'll just have a bot posting pussy in bio. Thanks, I guess. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today, here's how you catch a Yakuza fan. Hook, line, and sinker. Instead of saying pussy in bio, Dead Souls 2 in bio. Works every time. Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit, he doesn't work there anymore. Looks like she doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it into KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime, or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, thanks. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Ms. Delight told us the location of KB Security. To catch a Yakuza fan, the only thing you need to say is 10. That is also true. And the rest is history. Was it really love at first sight when you first met Delight? Here's some backstory. Ronnie saved her life. Saved your life? Robbers. I'm not the kind to curl back into a corner, so I fought back. Robbers. Yes, they took me hostage. They were both carrying huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I was in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! He screamed. I could see the robber's face turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself, he came to save me. A total stranger. All by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Yeah, what a giga chat. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. She's really cheeky while her husband is on trial and she is talking about being held hostage. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. Technically, didn't we already do that? Like, come on, Maya. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. CEO's office. So this is my office. October 13. Dragonusian bio, yeah. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What has that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great! You guys got what you deserved, pal! Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits? Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Thick walls, yeah, with an extra C. Wow, had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. Man, I miss Gumshoe so much in the mainline games. Yeah. Guys, okay, picture this, okay? What if Detective Gumshoe comes back in Ace Attorney 7, but he is nothing like this? Instead, you get Detective Bad number 2. It's Gumshoe, like on the outwards, but the way he behaves changes completely. How would you feel about that? Like he's just that stoic, badass, maybe bullet holes in the coat kind of detective. We do have a couple of cats here. Maybe Gumshoe got promoted and now pilots helicopters. Maybe. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. Look at this guy. Gumshoe. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KV Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Probably an object in this room. It happened at exactly the same time that Mask the Mask was stealing the urn, huh? So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened that safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. The white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we need more info about Mr. Billiard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. He has Sengoku Sohei Dojima energy. Yeah. So, what happened to Mask the Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling. Oh, no, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective ATMEY? Yeah, see, Gumshoe would be happy, because in the previous stream, he didn't like him at all. Oh, that was great! That guy went... Oh! It's the thing that Maya just said, word for word. That guy got what he deserved. Ho 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 ho. Now that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. ATMEY was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding in the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how he just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's this one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist. Yo, Alex? Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Okay. The gem and the thief. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... Oh, the prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did that, he did it that way just because he knew it would hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. Yeah, big nose at me. So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godo? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. That's right. He said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records, anyway. But, no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court. A maverick that gives me goosebumps. I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me, they all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe, I had no idea you were so unpopular. That's not what I meant. That Godo guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secrets. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. I'm pretty sure that's not just her, but like everyone playing this case. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Yeah, maybe, Star. Can you tell us more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. No. No, Maya. Let me go already. How did he put the mask? I was talking about ATMEY. Yeah, that's a good question. Hey. What, you don't just shrink your nose like that? Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah, oh, and KB Security used to head security operations against Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it was Bullard who sent Ron to the blackmail letter, huh? Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. What do you find out? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask the Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Hey Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tear of Emanon. $100,000? This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask stole. If Phoenix was in Yakuza 4, would he... Maybe. Anything is possible. Speaking of Yakuza, I've been thinking of going back to Fallout, actually, like the games. And someone linked me to a Kiryu mod for Fallout 4. So that's interesting. I think I better secretly make a copy of this list. Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Oh, shit. Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime. Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Play New Vegas? I checked yesterday, and I apparently have almost 7 hours in New Vegas. I remember trying to play it, but I never could get into it. Maybe I'll try again at some point. Yeah, Kuroda voices, I forgot his name, Hancock? The ghoul guy in Fallout 4. We couldn't find fingerprints on the buzzer, okay. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves. Right. Look at this office. Wow, this is really something else. For a security office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered that Larry might be... Hey, Nick! What's up? There he is. So he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? You got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here is a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then and this is now. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give information for free. He wants a bribe? I thought professionals were more. I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten... Oh, no. That's a Discord moment. This kitten has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Ron DeLight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron DeLight was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. Now that's your thing, Larry. Oh, Phoenix knows. So what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me, I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard, sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. And if I see something sussy, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me and I can't operate the equipment. I'm dumb. Even if it's part-time and you're dumb, you're still in charge of the security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is, you were here that night, right? Uh-oh. Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break his psych locks after all. Larry. Larry observation duty, yeah. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Mr. Light? Oh, but that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow. Now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is... the wallet. He found it somewhere. This wallet. You know about this, right? I never seen it before. Liar. You hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? Around 1 in the morning. First floor of the company building. 1 o'clock in the morning. That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. The card key. Keycard. Larry, when you use this keycard, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way. Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Fucking got him. The night of the crime. Oh, I know it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry, there was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I had to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything. Just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful info from him. Nick! Let's see. The buzzer. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? What do you think about the music of Ace Attorney? It's one of the best things about the franchise, absolutely. There are so many iconic tracks. That's right, just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Glad they didn't use Old Bag for this case. Same. Man. Old Bag is a lot like the Obitarian for me. Like the whole gag or joke or meme with her gets old real quick. But like, Old Bag is still better than the Obitarian, because holy shit. Yo, Leo, now that Yakuza's all done for now, when is the Sleeping Dog stream? I did get that as a suggestion. I mean, I'll see. The thing is, I'm not super interested in Sleeping Dogs to begin with, so that doesn't help. But there's a lot of other games to play, you know? And maybe we'll play Sleeping Dogs one day. You never know. Because I also had people telling me I should stream Shenmue, but I don't know if I want to. Like, I'm sure it has nostalgic value for a lot of people, but I don't know if it's gonna have the same effect for me. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. I'm all for a Devil Leon Shenmue stream. Sleeping Dogs is good, but nothing near as... Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Actually, okay. I was thinking about this last night. I know I've been talking about, like, you know, playing most of the Ace Attorney franchise, but honestly... Hold on, let me see how many viewers we have right now. Kind of on par of the course. I've been thinking that after I finish this game, I'll go back to another essay hiatus, if you will. Because I do have a few video ideas that I am interested in making. I just hope that by the time that I finish this game, I still have that fire for the video. So yeah. We'll see. We'll see how things turn out. Once we beat the game, or once we're close to it, I'll probably talk about this again. There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake like that. Oh. What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once in the morning at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. My problem with Sleeping Dogs is that it completely ditches the hand-to-hand combat midway. It focuses more on gunplay. Right. Wait, hold on. So wait, did we get the records? Yes, we did. Every time Larry does anything, I made a mistake. Yeah. The Treasures of Corain exhibit is all ruined now. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of the Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa, 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 that's brilliant, Nick. We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Good job, Phoenix. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Every time I see the sprite of her, I just feel so bad. Like, every time. In both cases she appears in, like, it's all been stress for her. What is she still doing? What is she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. Personally loved Sleeping Dogs when I first played it, but that was before Yakuza, so maybe my taste was meh. I mean, maybe, but if you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. And it's completely normal for, like, what you enjoy to change over time as well. Because, like, here's something that something that took me a while to realize. I'm stupid. I've already established this in multiple streams and videos, but I used to have this habit that I also talked about, which is collecting games, like collector editions and all that. I didn't really care, like, if the game was good, in hindsight. It was just, like, a matter of, oh, shit, is this game rare? Like, how many copies of this exist? Oh, 1,000 copies? I gotta import this. Because, you know, like, if there was a game that kind of catches my eye, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it anytime soon, I just go for it and I buy it, just in case, you know, it sells out, and then if I want a copy of that collector edition, it would be like $1,000 on eBay. Because I hate fucking... I hate scalpers, and I hate eBay. And I hate the fact that, you know, if you miss something, you're gonna have to pay more than double if you want to buy it from someone else. So that was like my main fuel, right? Fuel for the fire that made me just hoard collector editions. And I still have a lot here that I didn't really play over there. And yeah, I tried playing some of them, of course. I did play some of them, not all of them. But like a lot of them were just kind of meh games. So again, I just kind of did it more for the collection than anything. But I'm still kind of glad that I have them, if that's worth anything. And actually, a better example for this is not a secret, I think, especially if you've been around the channel for a while. But I used to play this franchise, Hyperdimension Neptunia. It took me a while to realize that most of the games are shit. Like I realized, yo, wait, I'm not having fun with these games. Like, they're sometimes tedious, they're sometimes just not fun. So I just kind of stopped caring for the franchise, and I don't really follow it anymore. So things change, and that's normal. And I wish people normalized that mindset as well. Because like there's always a chance, you know, if you were like to drop a franchise, maybe someone might hold that against you and say, "Oh, but you played this before." But like, yeah, I did play it, but you know, the taste of someone can change, and that's fine. Last big collector edition I got was Dark Souls 3 with a statue. Nice. When was that? That must have been years ago, right? The last collector edition that I got, I think it was Resident Evil 4 Remake, if I remember. Yeah, I think it is. Sure wish I had the Yakuza 6 shot glasses now that a friend gifted me a Hibiki. Man, I don't drink personally, but the bottles of the Hibiki drinks look really cool to me. I would love to have those. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes, it was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was the Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Oh, nice, mate. Sounds like a deal. I just heard all about the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Yeah, Roxy, absolutely. Is that the pastry shop case, by the way? I was a... No, not yet. We're still in the second case, the thief one. Oh man, the next case is one of the cases of all time. Let's see. What's interesting about the next case is I found out that it was supposed to be in the previous game, right? Which is, again, intriguing because, like, how did that happen, you know? It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the Mask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. The next case is a competitor for Turnabout Circus. Yeah. Oh, not enough space. That's why. Okay. Huh. Hey, Nick. If she wants to apologize, you should let her. When was it that you hired Detective ATMEY again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that Mask's calling card arrived? About 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. Detective ATMEY must have really wanted the urn after all. I guess so. Was supposed to be an AA1. Was delayed to AA2 and ended up in A... Wait, really? It was delayed that much? Wait, no, wait, what? Wait, are you sure about that? That's wild. Is it safe to talk about Infinite Wealth's story? Preferably not, no. If we stream Infinite Wealth, then yeah, sure, but maybe someone joined this stream just to watch this game, and they still didn't finish it as well. Why waste the completed case concept? Just slap it on the next game. Yeah, I guess. But you know, I do like that case, or some parts of it at least. We'll get to it later, but yeah. What? So Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything sussy about Detective ATMEY? Well, did you, chat? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo, dressed up as Mask the Mask pretty well. I'm so glad he got the urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure. But somehow that urn that came back seems different. Really? Not even the tip of the nose, yeah. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? Uh-oh. Hello, DevilLeon7. I tried to support you. We have a Gopnik Gamin sector. Is it allowed to put your streams and games there? So what is that exactly? Is it like a group or an application or what is that? Cyclox. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Group of gamers. Sure, why not? Go for it. Appreciate the support, buddy. Okay, so we can't get this yet, apparently. Thank you, buddy. Love you too. Is it me, or does Andrews look like Sarah Bryant from Virtua Fighter? She does. She really does. Especially in the first appearance in the previous game. With, like, the blue outfit. Sarah, but with glasses. Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight. Did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but... Please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well... You see... On the same night, the secret urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. Nice, thank you, buddy. Thank you. A blackmail letter. You got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. Yeah, Adrian must be protected at all costs. And then that's where the CEO Kane Bullard was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're a Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned that the true identity of the thief... Wait. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Bro's doing the keck insane. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. Man, look at me, he's pretty funny. I like him. I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective ATMEY. Yeah, what the hand doing? I used to think my lab was a tragedy. So that night, you didn't go to Loreley Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes. The blackmail note. Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard. That's when he dropped the wallet, probably. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone. You see that silhouette? Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam. Was a cane bullet that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. Is that his tongue? Goofy face. I think he was Zero? I'm not sure. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe. Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do? What did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Thank goodness. No, But I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime, she'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. So he became Mask for Desiree, huh? Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask, he must have gotten away, huh, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. But as you might expect, Detective ATMEY found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective ATMEY found the disguise. That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when ATMEY got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? He got them starting when? Tell me more, now! Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. This blackmail letter, is this the first one he got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes. A few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity, just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I got proof that it was you, so give up. It went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Wait, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit... Wait, after I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? Oh, wait. What are these plans you're talking about? There were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some kind of person. Incredibly, from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Are you planning on playing the spin-offs at some point? I really want to, but it's gonna depend on how the viewership is gonna be by the end of this game. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was the mask after all, but someone else is behind the thefts, someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look gleeful about it? So you went after the urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, the truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you just told me the truth? Yes. But please don't tell Desi, okay? Well, she's gonna find out in court anyway. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? But please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never... I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? Wait. Oh, right. I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya! Hey! Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined. And? What did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Whew! That's a relief. She has such a catchy theme, yeah. Oh, and it's gone already. God damn it. But there's one small problem. These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint. And that they were put on the urn recently. Well, yeah. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Okay. We'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Yo, Yahuwah Hebrew, thank you for the 25, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the generosity, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful day, buddy. Thank you. We need to go to the warehouse. Wait, did they get rid of the liking the super chat thing? Hold on. Oh no, it's still there. There we go. Oh yeah, people can like them too. There's 3 likes in total. Sick. Here, let me add one more. Thank you. Okay. The warehouse. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's take one more... Let's look around one more time. Okay, so, now... This box. There's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that Sacred Urn was in. It looks like there's some kind of pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Okay, so now, the paint spill. Looks like to me, it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the Sacred Urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Keikaku moment. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Okay. So now we should be able to... The Sacred Urn. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? We do, actually. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Korain Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, what else do you... Andrews, come on. That's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? No! Wait. It wasn't what I think it was. Where is it? There we go. This poster, it was made recently, right? Look at the urn here. Looks like shit. The poster of the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. That's one luck. What does that mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now tell the truth. Wait. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. She's having such strong reactions for someone who has nothing to do with it. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? The paint marks. Well, Miss Andrews, what is this supposed to mean? I am on the urn predicted that the murder would happen at 1 AM. Hey, maybe it did. There's pink paint all over this urn. And there's pink paint all over the floor and the walls of this basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... uh-oh. She's trying to make her escape. But you can't get pink paint anywhere. Well, there's not in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint on the urn to the paint on the floor is the urn box. This box, the urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. She would understand. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day, the urn arrived... I can't fucking read. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here, I thought I put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. Oh no. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was gonna stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. Oh no. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. And let out a huge scream. If it's okay, can you tell us about your occupation outside YouTube? Always wondered what it is. I'm a full-time YouTuber. / streamer, I guess. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the IM got changed into Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane Really? It's okay, Pearl. Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom, and no one had seen it since then. I would criticize her, but I accidentally hit my computer with a dumb... Oh no. Is the computer okay? But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Ami face statue. Aha! The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick... There were no paint marks on the walls or the floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. Yo, Cupcake, how you doing? Leon, what flavor of gamer subs do you recommend? I'm gonna try out using the code. Oh boy. Okay, so... What fruit flavors do you like? Hopefully, my assessment is gonna help. Let's see. Honestly, I didn't try that many flavors. I tried like 6 of them, maybe. But generally speaking, I recommend Gamer Fart. Gamer Fart. Teddy Milk is nice, but yeah. Okay. Go with Gamer Fart. Go with Gamer Fart. I think you can't go wrong with it. Haven't met a fruit I couldn't eat. Okay, well, I think you can't go wrong with the Gamer Fart. Just, you'll see. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I like battery acid and grandma's ashes myself. Oh wait, yeah. There's a lot of these like specific flavors, like the ones you mentioned. I have no idea how those taste like. When they send samples, they don't send samples of those. It's usually like the more normal or vanilla flavors. Sleep well, Abdullah. But yeah, there's a couple of recommendations from Iwazaru. I personally recommend Game of Art. There's one thing I find strange. The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there so to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. The next day, it was moved, but why? Looks like there's some connection between the urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron the Light, was at KV Security. So then why did another mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact. The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. We're almost done with the case, guys. Okay, time for another water break, a short one. But as I go drink that water, here. Something for you guys to enjoy. No, not the ad, goddammit. Okay, hold on. ridiculous. Guys. Hey, people. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost done. Hey, Nick. Thank you. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective ATMEY's trial today. Detective ATMEY? They say they're going to try him as Mask the Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask the Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, no. I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. I'm assuming it's because there's another trial. And they might have to call Luke. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. What is bro yapping about? Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godo. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand, yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godo. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. He really is telling the judge, touch grass. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of the case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, the CEO of KB Security. Wait, hold on. Okay. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant's. Very well then, Mr. Godo. Please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godo, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... How does Godo sleep after drinking all that coffee? Maybe he doesn't. I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Huh. You've got guts, Trite. Alright then, Mr. Ron Delight. Please take the stand. We're doing this. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, that's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Yo, Close, welcome, buddy. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his coffin. Huh, very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. Okay, hold on. Give me just a second. I want to make sure the car is available, because I might want to go out. If the car is not available, I might have to end the stream before the intended time. Okay. Maybe watching this trial again, I can finally understand it a bit better. I've never understood why the real killer killed Bullard. Yeah, I guess we'll see. That evening, around 1 AM, I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. That's a short testimony. 1 AM, the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Okay, I'm sorry, but this kind of sounds like something you would hear in a video about alpha males. Am I the only one? The writing for Godot is maybe not as good as I remember. It's a bit bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Okay, let's see. I've been working until about a year ago. Godot versus Andrew Tate, yeah. Rough. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Should we? Why he was fired. Yo, Viatori, how you doing? Okay. Nice, Crimson. What do you think? The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. Well, I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, he stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret. I made it seem like I had to quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. Is your name a Tekken reference? Yes. Devil as in the Tekken 2 character. And then Leon the RE character. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes. I'm sorry. That is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. So wait. It ordered you there. It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Please. Now, what should I do? The soundtrack of Apollo Justice might be my favorite in the whole franchise. Duel of Destinies is also up there. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait. Wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask to mask thing.
Objection!
Yeah, same, Crimson. I'm afraid that reason isn't gonna hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. There was no reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Yes, he would. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? What? Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo. Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. I only recently noticed the growth on Bullard's nose. Yeah, look at that. So what we want here is... Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Goto! Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Miss Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. This guy. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for the murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. When I entered the office, there was a sussy shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. Genuine question. The question is, does Desiree know he's a thief? No. I think she legitimately thinks that he's just a fanboy of Mask, but he is a thief. I believe the detective from yesterday provided a similar testimony. He said that Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since ATMEY turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during cross-examination. Yeah, same, Crimson. Apollo. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. Hey, didn't the judge himself tell me not to bully the client, if anything, just now? If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godo. I have faith in one. I know he didn't do it. Yeah, close. Fair enough. Okay, so... if I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. What is that? My mask costume, of course. Did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask the Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Huh, my 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I would have been killed if I hadn't been wearing the costume. Why were you dressed up as Mask? Yeah, Masayuki. Yeah, that is a good point. Maybe they explain it, but yeah. Good point, you guys. What are you talking about? Mask's trial is being held next door. Ah, yes, I guess so. I thought I was being blackmailed over the mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. It took a lot longer? Godo, if you say your coffee is staring at you, maybe you've had too much. 17 cups of coffee, baby. Opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Oh no. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Oh man. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hit the body because he's the murderer? So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. You have to present the buzzer for some reason. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? What might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Rondelai truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Objection!
Good point. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Yeah, objection to that. He used to work there. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
Objection!
Ah, dude, this face-off. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser. Who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Objection!
Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is... Conscious? What do you mean by that? Haha, he's catching on. Solution. Is that a show? Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So, what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Mr. Rondelai and then pressed the buzzer. Get him, Phoenix, get him, get him! Order in the court, Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Rondelai is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Not if Phoenix has to say something about it. Oh yeah, I have a no spoiler guide. So, like, the reason I use this guide specifically, it doesn't, you know, have padding, it just tells you what to do. So, line by line, just very straightforward. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Actually, yes. The victim didn't have gloves. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Wait, was it this? Oh no. I like this pursuit theme. I don't know if it's underrated though. I don't keep up with the community much. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. I love this false alarm. Okay, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. Just wait for this, Judge. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Bullard really had pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Beautiful. Run the lights. Obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard would have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. Go off, Phoenix! The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask the Mask. And Mask the Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order! 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 It would seem... I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? To frame... run? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? No, Phoenix, no. Phoenix, the reason is right there. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered... Oh god, the sun is getting old already. Thank you. I didn't even want to read that. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killers sound the emergency buzzer? The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say that the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Huh. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in that room would be the victim and Ron the Light. And if any security guards came running in that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron the Light for the murder. Nice. Order! Order! It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask the Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron the Light for the murder of Kane Bullard? Mr. Detective, of course. Detective Luke ATMEY. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective Luke ATMEY. You mean Mask the Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in court next to us is not Mask the Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke ATMEY confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, Mask the Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Mask the Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask the Mask was Luke ATMEY's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict? As an alibi? God, this is so cool. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke ATMEY's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and install that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke ATMEY's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? I bet's only good when your life's on the ante. Do you say ant or ante? Mr. Wright, I believe you. I believe in you. Mr. Delight. Wait. I feel like I'm having a reading aneurysm. I'm sorry. Anta. Thank you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Mia! Auntie. Okay, is that Anta or Auntie? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It sounds like... Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Huh. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke ATMEY to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think I hear Auntie more. Oh, look who it is! Well, Sir Detective ATMEY? I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective ATMEY, you were the one who... Look! It's another judge! No way! That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke ATMEY. Hold it. Someone.
Hold it!
There we go. Wait. Don't hand down your verdict yet, please. Well, well, Sir Lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who is this hoser, hey? We have a judge at home, yeah? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man. Look at me. Accusation? You accuse Mask the Mask? That man is not Mask the Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Canadian judge, actually, yeah. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be the brother of that judge, no? Is this judge better than ours? You're asking the real questions. Okay. Who is the attorney in this case? We don't see. Okay. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective ATMEY want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, both judges are pretty dumb. Yeah. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look ATMEY, please take the stand. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke ATMEY has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask the Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So continue to insist that you are in fact Mask the Mask. Of course! Very well then, Luke ATMEY. Let us begin with a simple question. On October 12th at 1 AM, Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Presenting his nose should be enough to prove that he isn't a mask. Yeah. I love how that's one thing people have been talking about in chat. It is true. Alright, Mr. ATMEY, the night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Mask the Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask the Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. ATMEY, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Franziska? I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Why does he think he's Von Karma? Is he stupid? You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began the security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You surely are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective ATMEY was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kinda odd. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. Is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. No, that sounds stupid as hell. No. We all have days like that. No. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is surely an ironic thing. A sad blue melody. The biggest crime is that he should be arrested for his haircut. So, hold on.
Objection!
I should be given an option here according to the guides. Let's see. But I'm not. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. You think that I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. Looks like I better find something else that could be sus. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called Mask the Mask. But conveniently, that also means there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean?
Objection!
Huh. Are you saying that this is not in fact Luke ATMEY? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask the Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? I guess we can't name the accomplice yet. Yeah, we don't know who the accomplice is at the moment. Let's see. I believe Adrian hired you at one point. Oh, wait. We examined this already. Oh, there we go. I was looking for this dialogue. Like, sometimes you have to press very specific stuff. And I followed this guide here, but I had to press more stuff, I guess. If the urn was stolen from Lord Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have to... Oh, wait. Wait. Never mind. Never mind. God damn it. Fine. There we go. See? I had to press that statement like 3 times. There is something funny about the picture. Okay. What about this picture is funny? Yeah, saves coming for these games is definitely a must, especially if it's your first playthrough. The paint stain. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Oh, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Judge, sit down. Not exactly. The stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach color did that. From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something should be there is nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha. Well, Mr. Wright? What is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The statue. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime... Right, it just happened to move. Realized the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there. No, dude, it's a fucking... Your Honor, the statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move that, it that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Yeah, why was it moved? Who was the one that moved it? Well, probably Luke. The one who moved the statue is none other than Look at Me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. Hey, he has a point. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright? What reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask the Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lord Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. Sometimes I wonder who's more intelligent, the judge or a random... Yeah, just... I mean, we've all seen the judge. Doesn't take much to be smarter than him. Yeah, Pearl is definitely smarter. That is why he had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw? Where in this picture exists the lie? Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. So here, this is an example of something that I don't know how I would figure out. So that's why I have this guide. Because, I mean, I did play this game before, so nothing wrong with that, I think. We're here for the ride, for the story. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in the question, Look ATMEY went to KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. What is he cooking? But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. And it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Look ATMEY had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. ATMEY must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. That is a very specific example. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Look ATMEY had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in this photo. Order! Mr. ATMEY, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Nice. Long-tailed, more like long-nosed, yeah. Order. Mr. Goto, what is the meaning of this? Goto, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. I completely forgot how aggressive the judge gets with the coffee. My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yeah, Majima. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the urn. I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and Zvari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. Slip up. So I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October 12th. Actually, wait, no, that's not what we're supposed to say. I was unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Wait, hold on. I will be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display.
Objection!
Mr. ATMEY, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read the passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of this speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there is no way that Mask the Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on this urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these paint stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Nice. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Wright. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to a human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective ATMEY had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Beautiful. Beautiful. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Alright, that did it. He's broken. So wait, No, never mind, never mind. You know, sometimes you go through these segments in Ace Attorney, and like you want to take a moment to think about what you just read and saw, just to like fully digest it. I was having that right now. I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Uh-oh. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Goto is more of a boomer than the judge. Hey, who is spamming those hearts? I see you. Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask the Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke ATMEY was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this, why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive? Mr. Wright, motive. Might you, my merry murderous... wait. Might you, my merry murderous... Wait, is this correct? Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest? What? Okay. Nick, he's getting his second wind. If he prepared an alibi and pinned the crime on the light, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for the murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ronda Light. Isn't that right, detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Might you manifest? Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Okay, let's see what he has now. It sounds familiar, Klaus. I'm not sure, though. I, Luke ATMEY, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask the Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. Let's see. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter.
Objection!
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective ATMEY? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When he said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. Bruh, the localization, dude. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. The contradicting evidence and the content of the blackmail letter. Okay, so wait. What does this say? If you don't want your identity revealed, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Oh. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? Wait. Wait. Red diamond. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask the Mask stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Wright? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Wright? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Oh, the music, man. Naturally, it was you, Detective ATMEY. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single Mask the Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring over there. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you.
Objection!
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Wright. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard is blackmailing Luke at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me. This. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep secret. So what was that identity? Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted to so desperately keep secret was a blackmailer. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Ron the Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Eminon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans. In which case, that would mean that Ron the Light was actually Mask the Mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. the Light steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... What? He was actually right. You say that I, Luke Atmey, was blackmailing Ron the Light? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask the Mask. Well, yes. Ron the Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means, I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. Yeah, that's the pun. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atmey know that Ron was Mask the Mask? Easy, the newspaper clipping. See? He caught him here. Yo, my cat is Yakuza45. My day is beautiful because you guys are here. What about you? I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Oh, what is he cooking? Gets into lots of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. Holy shit. This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron the Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask the Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when he figured it out, Mr. Atmey. That's when he learned that under his mask, Mask the Mask was really Ron the Light. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask the Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why, how dare you expose me like that? Why, I have never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also, Mask the mask. Nobody. Pick one. Why can't you understand? Oh no. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? Oh no. Oh shit, no! No, stop, no! He's doing the old bag strat. Oh no, he's losing it. No, no, no. Guys. Somebody in court, stop him, please. He's going off. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. ATMEY. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. ATMEY.
Objection!
Oh. I love how he still looks out of it. Look, I mean. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. Yeah, Crimson. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Wright. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke ATMEY was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right, that's why he's the one who killed... But... There's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. Nah. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright? This is it. This is the final round. I gotta prove that ATMEY was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Wright. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke ATMEY was at KB security and the defense... Let me save, just in case. So you're supposed to say you can't prove it. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. No, shut up. You were ready to hand down the verdict, okay? But if we hear more of Detective ATMEY's testimony...
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke ATMEY is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as Mask the Mask. No. Well now, so lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Lights will... Just as Ron the Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then it'll be too late. Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. ATMEY will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Mask the Mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullitt is concerned. No way. The fact that you are unable to prove Mr. ATMEY's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullitt's murderer. Oh no. Oh shit! They're using that sprite again. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, look at me, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today, and as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke ATMEY.
Objection!
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A liar is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Oh shit! Mia! That voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Korean channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony is not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that is true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, so, lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I'm the ace detective, as well as Mask the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that alright with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Goto? Oh, nothing. Oh, so, lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Ah! It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Goto, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Look At Me. Gonna allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Simp time? Maybe. Okay, apparently, if you press the wrong testimony here, it's game over. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see what was... I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron the Light. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his... Wait. Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Svari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Okay, I think I know which part matters. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look all over the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer. Yo, Adrian, how you doing, buddy? Are you gonna make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke ATMEY's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? It seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last cup. It seems that the time has come to put an end to this trial. I think it is about the buzzer, yeah. Like, how did he know the victim... Or, sorry, rather the killer sounded the buzzer, I think. Only the true killer would know that. I think. Hope the visit goes well, Adrian. Okay. Okay. Wait. According to the guide, it's this. Okay, maybe it's the fact that he knew he was wearing the outfit, but at that time, this guy was not in the trial, right? I think that's it. Like, he was in the other trial. Yeah. Mr. ATMEY, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you? Trite. This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godo. You only get one chance. Save states. Yeah. What? Mr. ATMEY, it seems you finally have admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. ATMEY? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit, is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. Foul-proof, I guess. Typo? Or maybe not typo, I don't know. More like that your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry? Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron was dressed as Mask the Mask when he went to the office? That was, it was just a few hours ago, back when my 6th cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Foolproof, okay. Did I forget to mention it before? I never had a chance to mention it up until now. Yeah, nobody knew about the costume thing. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know about this are those who have been watching this trial. Yeah, what do you have to say about that, Luke? Do you understand now, Detective ATMEY? There's no way that you should have known about that. Who is that Robocop dude? A prosecutor. Godo, yeah. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask the Mask. So then enlighten us. How did you know about this piece of information? Well...
Objection!
Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit. There's one and only one way for Detective ATMEY to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow over there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke ATMEY. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer also had seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective ATMEY, you saw the Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when he killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh shit. Earthquake! What is bro doing? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line he gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. He's losing it. What an awfully complicated incident. Average Ace Attorney case, to be honest. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke ATMEY, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke ATMEY tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as the Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to the record of an innocent young man. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that. But I really am Mask the Mask. Huh? So thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? Yeah, Luke ATMEY is a great villain, I think. Like, he's pretty funny. Which, I mean, what do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant who can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Let's go. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't... No, shut up, Ron. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Oh, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Bro, this guy yaps a lot. Stop it. Come on, just be happy already. Yeah, thank you, Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Mask the Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Mask the Mask. I did it all for one reason, for her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had... Which game has the worst Case 3? Case 3... Was the Circus Case 3 or 2 in Justice for All? I can't remember. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. Case 3. Right, what was the Apollo Justice Case 3 then? I forgot. It's not the Noodle one, right? Or Eldoon? Wait, oh, the concert, right? The concert is Case 3. I actually kind of like that case. So I'm gonna go... Worst Case 3 is Justice for All. I think I definitely like the concert one more than the circus one. I thought she would leave me for sure. A broken bowl can never be put back together. Like the Gaviners, yeah. Well, being fair, there's a lot of unwarranted arrests with these games. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine. And Nick can prove it. I can? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together.
Take that!
The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Mask the Mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast, there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. The Dual Destinies Case 3 is the school one, right? Again, I actually really like that one. Fucking... I don't want to spoil it right now. I mean, I don't think many people here care, but... The killer of that case... The end justifies the means. Gives you the creepiest fucking smile. I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! The end justifies the... I fucking love that, dude. The goofy ass smile. There's a lot of things about that case that I love, even if it does have downsides. So again, I do think the circus case might just be my least favorite. Maybe. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya. No, you got it all wrong. No, Pearl. Oh my god. She's unstoppable. So just as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness. Damn, how tough is she? Ron said the broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout. The end. So what do we think of that case? Do we like or do we not like? Recipe for Turnabout. Oh boy, this case. This is, you know, actually, now that you guys mention it, this case is almost comparable to the circus case for me in some regards. Like something about the locations, something about the soundtrack for this case. Like, it's a hit or miss. But, just as there are things that are kind of mid for me in this case, there are things that I really love about it. So, this is going to be one to look forward to. Stolen Turnabout is... Yeah, the Stolen Turnabout is really nice. I like it. That case was an alright one, but next, Peak. Man. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to approach the rest of the cases, because I'm actually thinking of stopping right now, but like if I wonder if I can finish this in the next stream. I don't think so. Maybe we'll have to split it in 2 parts. I'm trying to be comfortable with this game, unlike the previous 2 games, where like I go on for 9, 8 hours, 10 hours, just to make sure like I clear a whole case in the stream. But yeah, because like the 4th case is pretty short, so maybe what I'll do, the next stream might be like 4 hours. I assume that's not going to be enough to beat this case. And then we'll continue the rest of that case and the 4th case, and the stream after the next. That's what I'm thinking. And then obviously the last case, that's going to need at least 2 streams. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But anyway, you guys, I think I'm going to call it here. It's been a lot of fun as usual. Ace Attorney is awesome. The music is awesome. It's funny. And I'm glad to be hanging out with you guys, playing this game. When will it continue? I'm thinking not tomorrow, but after tomorrow. So kind of like this stream and the last one. If you're in the Discord, you'll know. But yeah, probably after tomorrow, I'm thinking. Anyway, you guys, hope you have a wonderful day. If it's nighttime there, hope you have a wonderful sleep. And yeah, I'll see you very soon, hopefully. So take care. I'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.